Музыка, не ори. Неужели все хорошо? Вчера было плохо. Слава богу, не в Америке, а в Италии. Так. Бигус дикус. Бигус дикус. Бигус дикус. Заросли.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads,
Что такое? Что случилось? Будет осужден.
"You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation or a warning.
Я не знаю, кто я.
Alworth.
Не надо. Успокойтесь. Ладно. Вы все равно ничего не сделаете, да? То и мозаика. Нидас. Да. Хватит смотреть. Не надо. Они двигают. А ты кто? Цезарь. Нет, я не знаю ваш язык. Латынь. Латинский. Везде золотые эти статуи. Так, извини. Молила кого-то. Пощаде, это Дездемона. Дездемонушка. Что? Ужасный человек. Не смотри. Это лысый. Лысый из Бразерс. Это же черный предел, да? Ага. Давайте сохранимся. Лысый из Бразерс нас убьет. Частички. Все остановилось, походу, тут. Частички тоже. Здорово. Везде кто-то смотрит на меня. I don't know. Это Skyrim просто. С хорошей графикой. Это точно твой друг Эл. Он теперь золото.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now, and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Тут же монстры есть, да? Ну прыгай туда. Близко. Кто там говорит? Нет. Портал в прошлое. Да все походу. Загрузка долгая. Так. Древний Рим. Не лагай. Одна какает, и второй тоже какает. Или это две бабы. Гранат. Вкусный гранат. Они такие. Наверное, жрицы. Блин, уже круто все сделано. Можно блевануть. Отпрыгнуть. Ну тоже золото, что ли. Здорово.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Прозерпина. Я Бегус Дикус, я из будущего.
No, I idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
Понятно. Скажи, пожалуйста, какой сегодня день?
We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March?
Какой сейчас год?
It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the empire are you from exactly?
700. Значит, сейчас 65-й год нашей эры.
CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Нет, спасибо.
Look, you seem like you might need a little extra help, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable if I showed you the way. All right, friend, suit yourself. Just don't do anything too reckless till you've spoken with Magistrate Sentius in his villa down there. See you around.
Спасибо. Маверик. Как мы натворим? Может прыгнуть туда, а? Прямо прыгнем. Чуть не умер. Что такое? Что ты на меня смотришь? Не умер. Что такое? Так. Вива Виктория, как говорится. Я не знаю. Поговорить. Ну, возьму. Это мое. Здорово. Галерий.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Скажи
Well,
о себе.
it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it.
Я никуда не
I'm a
спешу.
farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and two little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up. But by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. It still burns whenever I think about it. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest was a blur. Next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again.
Понятно.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his, one day. He'll get his.
Кто такая Немезида?
Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
Ложь.
Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Ты не знаешь, как отсюда выбраться.
As much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me.
Что такое золотое
Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know?
Не пойду.
All right, see you around.
Давай. Капусту бы собрать. Ты кто? Ты куда указываешь?
Salve.
Сальве. Сальве это что? Куда мне, куда? Яблоко. Нет. Я маверик, я пойду сюда. Что тут? Стола с оперением. Сосуд. Сосуд с вином. Пить хочется. Кто-нибудь есть? TBD, Migliori, Sunto quam nobis fuerunt. Нет. Что такое? Что тут случилось вообще? Возьму это вино. Бить хотела эту бабу, что ли, да? Тут огонь. Тут, походу, кто-то был. Рант Эксанг Гуэс Сине Корпоре Атосибус Умбра. Вот и там бескостные бледные тени. Понятно. Тут что, записка от Ливии. А вместо зловещим зовется Титий. То я подвергал нутро растерзанию. На 9 пашин растянут он был, а ты не захватывал тантал капли воды. Тебе наклонясь, отстранялись ветви, на гору камень сизив, толкаешь, он катится к низу. Вертится там Иксион за собой от себя убегая, и замышлившие смерть двоюродных братьев Белиды возобновляют весь век, чтоб снова утратить их струи. Струи ститья. Я не знаю, зачем идти. Что это такое? Непонятно. Слышишь? Нет. Так. Куда я вообще иду? Да, что-то борются. Это он мускулистый. Но кто-то их подтрогал, да? Не даст, походу. Можно забраться? Нет? Нет. Я тут, походу, просто побегу. Уже потом заберусь туда. Нет, там не был. Это я обожал, да. Примитивная кукла. Спасибо. Сундук Невии. Ключ от сундука в храме Аполлона. Интересные ключи у них. Возьму. Чернила. Из сажи с водой сделано. Интересно. Нет, не хочу. Красть я не хочу. Положили на тебя, да? Лукреция. Нет, это чужое. Я в чужой дом залез, походу. Игра похожа на...
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost.
Кто такая?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do.
Не понимаю вообще, что она говорит. Никто не понимает, да? Понятно. Как отсюда
There
выбраться?
is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions.
Тебе нужна помощь?
Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
Спасибо. Ливия.
The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment.
Я походу наперекосяк. Иду.
The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Спасибо. Галериус ин магистрат. Малим бибендум специаль Аурелия. Галерия магистрата. Парируем, я лучше выпью коронный напиток Аврелии. Мучительная жизнь моя была, стану отважней 7 подвигов Геракла. Но, несмотря на смерть ужаса Акова, я смело пережил бы это снова. Ведь боль, страдания, горе и потери в итоге привели меня к тебе, горящий как огонь священный Рима и греющий меня неизъяснимо. Понятно? Увы, не станешь ты моей невестой, неукротимое это пламя Веста. Но коль могу любить на расстоянии, я счастлив и свободен от страданий. Молодец. Растиражируй это. И продай. Что за прототип? Прототип канатной дороги. Я вообще не туда.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold
Пропеката,
braying.
униус.
Livia, would you stop
Multis
muttering like Medea over a
donabunt.
cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your
Она
own, aren't you?
Она юродивая, походу. Кавалерийский шлем. Корпорации. Я вообще не понимаю, кто они такие. Соус ферментированной рыбы. Качество приправы. Он явно его обожает. Гарум. И эвском. Скаури. Экс оффина. Скаури. Интересный язык. Этот римский и латинский.
Handsome.
Handsome. Это тоже ничего.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia.
Я вообще на
And
перескосяк
I
пошел.
hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
Спасибо.
Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think?
Я не знаю, что? Это ведь ты начала.
I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to
Smooth
my
talker.
tavern?
Так.
Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
Понятно, Аврелия. Ты не знаешь, как отсюда
You know,
выбраться.
normally I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here.
Понятно.
I guess that went right over your head. Never mind. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you?
Если ты нашла выход, то почему сама им не
Simple.
воспользовалась?
It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or
Бизнесвуменка.
not?
А ты не обманешь?
If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule, wouldn't I? And I have no interest in doing that.
Я вообще не знаю, что такое золотое правило. Я откажусь.
What's the matter? Can't afford it? Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others on
Заём.
occasion.
Что ты думаешь о золотом правиле?
I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink.
Понятно. Слушай, какие-нибудь интересные сплетни?
Certainly, but for 10 denarii.
Нет.
Whatever you like.
Пойду.
All right. See ya.
Жадная. Уходи. Так. Exhinc via sola est. Есть лишь один способ выбраться. Кто бы это ни написал, его переживали, возможно, трагически. Ну да, это видно. Чё на меня смотришь? Ужасно. Хватит. Башенка для игры в кости. Вы не видите. Римляне были азартные. Такой она была до того, как начали временные оранжевые. Серьезно? Фиолетовый была, да, морковка? Вот это хрень. Пивной бражник. Бражный напиток. Это кто? Легионер с сиськами большими. Каменный барельеф. Фаллический оберег. Обладал чудотворными защитными свойствами. Понятно. Фалос. Тебе не заприметил. Рыба. Отношение к религии. Хлеб. Руфий. Не знаю, кто такой Руфий. Законченная записка. Это последнее предупреждение, грешник. Охренеть. Я тут везде записка Хабаша. Хабашу. Я сказал укрытие о своих снах. Она сказала, что если я запишу их, это поможет ей разгадать смысл. Вчера ночью все повторилось. Человек у реки был там, как всегда. Его лицо было скрыто тенью из-за необычного головного убора с бараньими рогами. Он снова представился Херти и сказал, что это он вытащил меня из реки. Херти ухмыльнулся, произнеся свое имя, как будто это означало, что-то, чего я не мог понять. Это имя мне и вправду знакомо, но я никак не могу вспомнить, где его слышал. Теперь я не могу спать спокойно, пока не узнаю. Тоже такой херти. Хер какой-нибудь, да? Старая диковинная ваза. Наверное, там писают или блюют. Понятно вообще. Писают или блюют. О, резной лев. Или по-египетски. Ебибетски. Блин, как будто живые, да? И статуи. А если их разрезать, то вообще будет все. Конец. Так. Я оттуда пришел, да? Вот оттуда прыгнул туда. Закрыто, что ли? Там что-то есть. Скелет там лежит. Он, походу, и так не смог выбраться из этой статуи. Золото весит, наверное, вот это 1 тонну или 2. Фу. Так, миф о золотом правиле. Дурот младший. По нашему обучению стоит начать с выражения почтения Богу, ответственному за этот город. Он дарует процветание, спокойное уединение. Посему заслуживает высочайшего восхищения. Но здесь я должен отступить от обычая. Ибо попытка этого Бога наведет нам строгие правила является деспотичной и чрезмерной и заслуживает презрения. Здорово. Тут один чувак, походу, налево-направо людей трогал. Хорошая прическа. Тут близняшки, походу. И потрогали. Я думал, у него лица нет. Нужно забраться. Но зачем? Видеть через их глаза. Понятно? Кто-то видит. I did not do it. Дули. Кто такой Дули?
Hello?
Ты кто? Ты кто? Здорово.
Hello?
Погодите, посмотрю. Кто не написал? Кто
My
такой?
name's Dooley.
Дулитл.
I live here now because I
Doolin.
got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
Что ты натворил?
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
Понятно. Кто-то решил, что ты собираешься что-то украсть.
Yes. But I wasn't. I was just looking.
Понятно. Все.
They said I did it more than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
Liar Billy.
Yes. They said I have to live here now and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Он, походу, просто юродивый. Магистрат Сенти Дуилию. Я пишу в связи с вашим неисправимым антисоциальным поведением. Сенти Дули. вызванным одержимостью потерянным сокровищем. Я сочувствую вашему положению и тому, что ваш опекун Ганнибал умер несколько недель назад. Хочу донести важную мысль. Сокровища, которые вы ищете, не существует. Учитывая ограниченность вашей памяти, скорее всего, вы просто что-то перепутали. Кроме того, поскольку вы несколько раз были пойманы при нарушении границ, в том числе рядом с цистернами, доступ к которым широко запрещен, я был вынужден сделать вывод, что вы являетесь помехой для нашего сообщества. Должны быть ограничены в свободе, чтобы не нарушить золотое правило. Я надеюсь, что это письмо поможет вам вспомнить, почему вы находитесь в заключении, если в дальнейшем у вас будут провалы в памяти. Понятно. Угу. Что там написано? Сейчас расскажу. Тут говорится, что тебя несколько раз ловили.
My treasure.
Какое
My
сокровище?
friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Давай ключ, я найду.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust.
Я же прочитал за тебя.
But
мне
maybe
не
you
доверяешь?
could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
Так, давай поговорю.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate
Просто дай
wouldn't listen,
ключ.
no matter what.
Посмотрю, что там. Тогда может поставить на стену.
Like Galerius, he's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious.
Целуюсь. Здорово, Калерий.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Hello?
Тебе не хотелось стать магистратом?
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me.
Почему он сидит?
Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief. That's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason. Gladly. All right. See you around.
Давай. И они вообще не обращают на этих внимания. Банка косметическая. Что это такое?
something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Так.
None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's
Нет
bow
оружия.
is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise.
Так. Посмотрю, что он
Thank you.
называет.
He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. Hear
Слышала?
what?
Кто-то шептал нет.
We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh.
Так, а где? И
The
там...
shrine is collapsing.
Ну ладно. Осторожно, храм может обрушиться в любую секунду. Спасибо.
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl!
Ну блин, она затупила.
I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you.
Спасибо. Что тут такой волосатый? Ну блин. Он слушает их ушами. Надеюсь, потолок не обрушится. Не обрушится. Греческая статуя женщины. Это же тот грек, да, вот этот волосатый. Вот здесь был, да. Наверное, люди какие-то. Загрузка пошла. Интересная игра. Долго будешь. Блин. Вообще, что нужно делать-то в этой игре? Наверное, как в этом Скайриме или в Обливионе. У меня фонарик остался. Блин. Но я туда не хочу. Пока что нужно сделать задание. Потом идти туда. Может найти оружие. Грузайся. Все тут развалено. Пропеката униус мультисталибунт. Все. Свершивший грех погубит всех. Нет.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Я не знаю, кто это
I'm not
такой.
sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood?
Понятно.
Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place?
Это всего лишь маленькое
A small
поселение.
community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult.
Еще таинственный
Oh,
сектор.
don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered.
Все не так понял. Мне
You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
Я все еще в...
So you admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
Да, потому что это, наверное, правда.
You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our God told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quinctius is. Do not waste it.
Что ты можешь мне рассказать о
Very
Квинтии?
well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the
Да.
process.
Это, походу, Нерон сделал.
Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not?
Я вообще понятия не имею.
Then you're of no use to me.
Не стреляй.
Do you have any last words?
Господи Иисусе. Мы все умрем. Даже не представляю, что вес. Я не знаю. Господи Иисусе.
Aha, I knew it. Now it's my turn to tell you something. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Что тут происходит? Так. Не стреляет в людей. Не надо. Не надо. Ай-яй-яй. Прямо в бок. Не надо. Так. Не кради, не обижай никого. Сзади меня. Магистрат Сенти. Опять что ли? Блин. Это ж временная петля, да, опять? Я понял.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Preserve?
Мы с тобой уже разговаривали.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Что за девайс? Понятно. Канатная дорога, да?
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
Не умрешь, нормально, да? Да.
All right, see you around.
Я не думал, что игра такая. Это мне интересно. Давай. Тут можно вообще везде побывать, наверное. Можно умереть. Так. Можно спасти эту дурочку, которая пошла в храм. Интересная игра. Блин. Вот бы мне такой очаг. Я бы там делал свои барбекюшки. Котлета. А тут что-нибудь есть такое? Так, кнопки. Журнал, инвентарь, где? Why? Why? Золотое правило. Магистрат Сенти-то где? Непонятно. Лук, наверное, нужен. Динарии остались. 3 стрелы. Что за... Это что это за здание? Где галерун? Я пришел обратно. Я тут умру. Соберись. Блин, музыку, наверное, чуть-чуть поменьше. Я не понимаю. Красивый мост. Маленький, конечно. Пристас. Светит только с одной стороны, как в Каппадокии. Это же город в пещере, да? Каппадокия. Не. Дай пройти, ё-моё. Блин. Интересные плиты. Pay with your blood, как говорится, не сделал. Ага. Сизиф. Вот это у него мышцы. Там жрица, наверное. Сейчас пойдем к жрице. Она, наверное, там жрет. Здорово, ты жрица?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
Временами хочется сорваться.
That's good, in a sense. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, well, it's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
Так, расскажи о себе.
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place.
You're right.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
Будем надеяться.
Oh,
Так,
much
погоди.
the same way as many of the others. We were up a scuff. I woke. Oh, that.
Ну, блин.
If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate.
Ты снова сказала Бог вместо боги.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant gods, of course.
Ты христианка?
Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible.
Да я сохраню,
Oh,
не
thank
бойся.
you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
Подумай, что тут там правильно.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin? You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and
Да, гладиаторство это вообще херня. Ну интересно, да?
If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention.
Не сомневайся.
I wish I shared your faith.
Я пойду.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Чё?
Oh no, no.
Нет.
No. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own lives. And a debt bondsman isn't far off.
Понятно. Ладно, я поговорю с ним.
And please, choose your words carefully.
Ульпи, мы можем поговорить?
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire.
Осуждаем в Твиче. Просто собираюсь спросить тебя, что
I
стряслось?
screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintillum, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord, that poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine.
Понятно. Теперь будет.
I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Ну блин. Ты чё? Ты мне сказала прыгать. Следующая часть. Иди за ним, ты чё? Давай попробуем тогда, спасибо. Там вода.
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes, yes. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens.
Блин.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you.
Он так продырявил, что ли? Вот так.
You will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve.
Некое сражение. Блин. Хорошо. Метрические фигуры. Тут что-то не то, да? Сражение опять. Мне бы такой дом. С внутренним двориком. Кушетки такие. Лежишь и ешь. Это, наверное, Нерон, император. Или кто-то. Где старик? Сейчас, погоди. Список от Юлии. Юлии к ее пленителям Леолу и Клавдии. Да поглотит вас проклятие. Когда вы это прочтете, я уже буду мертва. Ведь смерть предпочтительнее, чем еще один недолговой кобыле в вас. Пусть стервятники вечно клюют вашу печень. Угу. Что? Что с едой? Проблема своих слуг. Потолок какой? Натяжной, что ли? Как будто ровный слишком. Рыба. Хариус, наверное. Речная рыба. Птиц. Орнитология, наверное. С водой. Так. Арки. Кто там плачет? Хватит плакать. Так кто? Минерва. Римская богиня мудрости. Где? Все из этого самого. Из камня сделано. Из каменных. Наверное, это дерево вот это. Красиво сделано. Львы. Ты кто?
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
Так, это ж Квинций, да? Квинций. Или как там тебя?
I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today.
Что сделаешь, если
I'm
победишь?
glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie?
Я не знаю. Чему ты уверен?
The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real? Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
Так.
What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer.
Мне попался книга, манифест.
You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that statue wasn't put there by Sentius himself? You can't know, can you?
Чем доказать тебе, что она существует? Книгами, заметками?
Surely you're not one of those people who believes everything you read. As if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down? I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish.
Понятно.
True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
Ты знаешь, как отсюда
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it.
Что думаешь о том правиле?
You mean the children's fable, exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants? I trust you can see yourself out.
Я не
Through
знаю.
the door this time? There's a key just beside it.
Там что ли? Нигде. Сейчас мы сделаем, испогаем все. Затирки нет, наверное, там все гниет между этими, между плитками. Наверное, есть выход тут. Да? Что я сделал? Ужас последнего сохранения. Автосейф, наверное, близко. Надо выбраться. Винти, как там его?
Through the door this time. There's a key just beside it.
Понятно. А кто там плачет, кстати? Наверное, его жена. Так, что тут есть? Своровать. Ульпий. От Ульпия, пропавший возлюбленный, да хранит тебя Бог. Зная ее, я задержался столько, сколько смог. И без тебя моя жизнь бессмысленна. Надеюсь лишь на то, что мы встретимся вновь в Эдеме. Вот, блин, Ульпий. Сейчас он увидит. И все тут, да? Ульпий, наверное, выжил, да? Или что? Непонятно.
A day of celebration, I announce. I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. Yes.
Слушай, а можно туда? Чей это дом? Опять Ульпий, нет? Списка Октавия. Анонимного друга Октавии. Да благословит и сохранит тебя Господь. Жаль, что я не могу рискнуть обсудить это с тобой лично. Но если я не ошибаюсь, то ты такая же верующая, как я. Возможно, ты не сможешь открыто поклоняться, но знай, что ты не одна. Если ты когда-нибудь почувствуешь, что тебе нужно где-то помолиться, можешь пойти в особое место в пещеру за театром. Поверни направо, а на первой развилке еще раз на второй. Я там был. Ключ я не увидел. Не видел ключ. Просто чернильница. Красть.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Вот, блин.
No evil is honorable, but death is honorable.
Украл и все. Вот, блин. Ну, нормально. Так, все нормально было. Все хорошо. Растет плохо. Понятненько. Я вообще не ожидал. Круто сделано. Зачет. Умеете, могете. Здорово, Валерий. Лучше пойду.
Salve.
Так. Я Бигус Дикус. Я не знаю, где я.
Oh, is that right? Well, just can't have you disrespecting the... But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost. Live by app. All right.
Давай. Прозерпина. Храм Прозерпина. Кто такая Прозерпина, я не знаю. Ты кто? Валерий, нет? Кто ты такой? Здорово. Ты кто?
A new face. Ave, and may
Ave.
Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Весталка.
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
Да. Чем занимаешься, жрица?
You really don't know? You are from far away, aren't you? Well, I am one of the priestesses charged with keeping the sacred flame in Rome's shrine of Vesta burning. I take it you know who Vesta is?
Напомни.
Vesta is the mother goddess of hearth and home, and the guardian of the Roman people.
Как тебя сюда занесло?
No, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
Девушка по имени Карен вытащила меня из языка и отправила сюда.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
У этого имени негативный оттенок.
Why is that?
Из-за
The
мемов.
memes? What are the memes?
Мем — это картинка, которую можно поделиться с друзьями. Они стали целым языком.
So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs then?
Да, можно и так
So
сказать.
your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No.
Что ты
I
хотел сказать?
apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's
Давай.
just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
Хорошо, я этим займусь.
Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
Что произошло с этой Сливией?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help. But she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Ну да. Так. Погоди. Металлический папирус. Чё? Я не хочу. X у меня где? Давай пойдем. Это здесь магистрат Сентий.
Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way.
Давай, объясни.
When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Ты куда? Пошел обратно, да? Понятно. Воровать тут нельзя. Я так хотел своровать что-то. У меня хотя остались динарии. Я могу тут обворовать все. Это чужое, туда нельзя.
That's my room. Leave before I call Horatius.
Извини. Золотой греческий бог, да? Он пьет вино. Это леопард, что ли?
Another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
С бани, ну да. Вот эти, это воины, короче. И они опасные. У них там член. Так, кто там? Бас-звук. Спасибо. Дай посмотреть в твою комнату. Я буду вот так. Медленно. Писка от сентила. Сентий. Пусть Клементий даст вам силу просить меня. Мне жаль, что я покидаю вас таким образом, но я нашла способ сбежать и должна им воспользоваться. Надеюсь, что когда-нибудь мы снова встретимся. Латунное зеркало. А где зеркалистость? Не вижу. Цветов и масла. Ну, это просто динарий. Я не хочу воровать. А то придут эти золотые монстры и убьют меня.
Whatever are you wearing?
Ну да. Меня не видно, кстати. Я, наверное, в джинсах, да, смешных.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
You want.
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
Я не из этих краев.
Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation?
Расскажи о себе, короче. Как отсюда выбраться?
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone.
Я могу помочь.
I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
Когда ты в последний раз ее видел?
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it.
С кем-то встречалась?
Yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me.
Почему?
Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
Почему у вас такие похожие имена?
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla.
Понятно.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
Сдается мне, ты знаешь больше, чем говоришь.
Oh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
Заткнись, мажорка. Посмотрим, магистрат, твою комнату. Динарий. Искать Сентила. Сентила Сентию. Пусть Юпитер, Оптимус Максимус продолжает защищать и направлять вас. Спасибо за то, что сделали меня своей дочерью и за прекрасный кулон на день рождения. Я обещаю, что буду носить его всегда. Я чувствую себя в безопасности и счастлива, что вы мой отец. Синтия, сестра. Я чувствую, что вы переживаете за выборы в следующем месяце. И думаю, что если сумеете показать себя таким, каким я вижу, вы сильным и надежным, то сможете победить. Я уверена в этом. Сентила выражает благодарность Синтию за то, что он удочерил ее. Понятно. Сентила, она удочеренная. Вегас. Так, а как снимака? Все. Блин, мозаики тут отличные. Я не понимаю. Тут все хаотично, но очень красиво. Магистрат Сентий. Здоровый магистрат.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Bigus Dicus.
A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains many hundreds of years ago.
Я просто хочу отсюда выбраться.
In good time. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
Что-то не припоминаю.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Интересный мужик. Что здесь считает грехом?
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
Так, мне кажется, это вообще не лучшая идея. В моих местах, откуда я родом, многие ваши законы и обычаи считаются варварскими.
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
У вас ведь разрешено рабство.
Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well.
Понятно. Разве римляне устраивают кровавый игрыш ради забавы?
On occasion. But our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm.
Во всем у него есть ответ. Понятно, мужик. Умный мужик. Так. Как же насчет женщин? У вас же женщины вообще прав не имеют.
Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands.
Угу. Как же преследование христиан?
You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that.
Коллективные наказания.
Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion.
Там, откуда я родом, подобные вещи считаются отвратительными.
Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home.
Понятно.
I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
Так. Да, ты поговорил, что меня послал сюда произойти, что ты имел в виду, старик.
You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life.
Богиня цикла жизни и возрождения.
It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you?
Ты прав, я из будущего. Разница во времени примерно 2000 лет.
2000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city?
Вы все превратились в золотые статуи.
I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But It still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
Извини, старик. Я не хотел тебя огорчать. Как устроен этот ритуал?
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
Парами действительно лежали человеческие останки.
I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
Делаю все возможное.
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
Понятно. Почему ты не можешь провести расследование сам?
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Yes. Ты кого-то
You ever stare at
подозреваешь?
a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Возможно, преступление связано с исчезновением Сентила.
So you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the golden rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful.
Она ж не твоя дочь. Аж в послушности. Откуда мне знать, что во всем не виноват не ты?
Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
Так. Ща, погодите. Ясно. Так, если я это сделаю, это поможет мне вернуться домой.
If I understand Prosepina's ritual correctly, that problem should take...
Так, извините.
Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Почему бы и нет? Мне больше нет вопросов.
Good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule?
Кажется, выбор у меня невелик.
No, I don't suppose you do. But I'm hoping that even if you're not burdened with a sense of self-sacrifice, you'll at least see the sense in self-preservation.
Да, я в деле.
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
Хорошо.
Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Я уже займусь. Лукреция.
If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
Да не. Аксентий.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation?
Нет. Скажи о себе.
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians.
Decurion?
It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform.
Зачем ты до сих пор ее носишь?
As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent.
Как ты здесь оказалась?
My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest.
Как ты стал магистратом?
I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well.
Ты не знаешь, как отсюда
If I
выбраться.
did, I'd have led these people out of here already.
Что ты думаешь об этом правиле?
I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question. You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else? Of course. What is it? Why then did you say... It doesn't matter. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Thank you. I'll...
Еще рано. Что такое?
Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you out of here? Get out, you horrid barbarian!
Не надо злиться. Это золотые статуи живут.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What now? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughter, I should say, and the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets.
Все пожар. Пожар виноват, походу.
People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then... nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But... I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose.
Жаль слышать.
Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Scintilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit.
Можешь рассказать о магистрате?
He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that.
Знаешь, как отсюда выбраться?
I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested.
Могу я взглянуть на список городов?
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Давай. Аврелия, класс плебейка. Занятость владельца трактира. Место проживания трактира в трущобах. Примечание говорит, что знает, как выбраться. Вергилий. Класс плебей. Занятость архитектор. Место проживания форум. Галерий. Класс плебей. Занятость фермер. Место проживания трущоба. Примечания. Так, какие примечания? Нету? Понятно. Каннибал. Чужеземец. Занятость заготавливания корма. Место проживания трущоба. Примечание. Умер в цистерне. Георгий. Чужеземец, торговец. Место проживания форум. Гораций. Класс плебей. Занятость стражник, трещоба. Так. Деций плебей. Торговец разным. Форум. Домиций плебей. Охранник Малеола. Место проживания трущоба. Примечание. Нет примечаний. Дуилий, плебей, нетрудоспособен. Трущобы, примечания, заключенных в складах. Клавдия, Патриций. Патриций это же вроде бы, короче, большой человек. Жена Малеола. Место проживания вилла центральная. Примечания нет. Ливия, плебей, парикмахер, трущоба. В данный момент отказывается работать. Понятно. Это что умалишенная. Лукреция. Класс чужеземец. Медсестра. Трущобы. Малеол. Патриций. Ростовщик. Вилла средняя. Не заслуживает доверия. Невия. Плебей. Врач. Места проживания нет. Примечание, запилась во дворце. А где дворец? Не знаю где. Октавия Патриций. Уборка садоводства. Вилла нижняя. Патриций это... Серьезно? Уборкой занимается Патриций. Руфий, плебей, патруль, трущобы. Все больше волнуется. Стентий, Патриций, магистрат. Вилла верхняя. Примечаний нет. Стентила. Патриций ученик. Вилла верхняя пропала. Ксентия. Патриций. Ученица. Вилла верхняя. Не выходит за пределы виллы в целях безопасности. Ульпий. Плебей. Другой раб Малеола. Место проживания вилла. Средняя. Fucking slave. Извиняюсь. Так. Фабия, плебей, пекарь. Хабаш. Чужеземец, рыбак. Трущоба. Пропал. Понятно. Он походу умер. Квития. Патриций. Весталка. Вилла нижнее. Примечание. Юлия. Патриций. Договор казачей Малеола. Вилла. Так. Все. Давай возьму. Спасибо. Конечно, я верну завтра.
Not sure why you said it like that, but whatever.
Да. Что думаешь о злом?
Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it.
Он похож на Катона из Орла 9-го легиона. Не фильм, а этот самый, книга, роман. Хочешь сказать, тебе не нравится это правило?
What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it. So railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing.
Там, откуда я родом, это посчитать бы коллективным наказанием, а это военное преступление.
War crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent.
Понятно. Наши миры очень разные.
Seems that way. War crimes. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
If you like.
Так, извини.
Well, as I always say, by threatening, because if you like.
За кого будешь голосовать?
Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change.
Я могу помочь.
I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings.
Можем поговорить о всяких.
What business is that of yours?
Я занимаюсь ее розысками.
A lot of people have been looking for her, but it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. What makes you think you can do better?
Иногда свежий взгляд — это именно то, что нужно.
I suppose that's true.
Так. Ты не замечал ничего подозрительного, кроме ее исчезновения?
Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better though, I suppose.
Так, поговорим о чем-нибудь еще.
Fine.
Я
All
пойду.
right.
Давай, иди. Помоги мне. Не смотри. Не надо. Храм Аполлона. Но я туда не хочу пока. Брат. Кто-то там качается. Аве Цезарь. Как же так случилось? Ты кто? Не сгибай колени. И еще у тебя горб. И жопу подними нормально. Так. Сентиус это Малеолус. Стеркорре. Эодем Одор Алия. Сентий и Малеол те же экскременты, только пахнут по-разному. Ну да. А кто это написал?
What were you two talking about?
Почти что?
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him?
Что мне за это будет?
A spit of a for a career. We've lined up all the votes we need already. Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
Got it. Мне мысли не было. Мне вообще плевать на выборы.
Good. Then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Дай шлем, пожалуйста. Хорошо, не против, если я задам несколько вопросов.
Can't hurt.
Как тебя зовут?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me.
Почему на тебе одежда гладиатора?
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
Понятно, но ты не рядом с ареной.
You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunus.
Фатус кунус. Чё? Ты не знаешь, как отсюда выбраться?
When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
Что думаешь об этом правиле?
I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
Так, как он
He's
собирается?
going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see.
Почему ты не можешь сказать сейчас?
Because if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that.
Что я могу сделать?
We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Кого будешь?
Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us?
Мне нужно поговорить с Лупи.
He's not here. Dunno. The little Caput murder escaped earlier this morning, while I was taking Yulia to the clinic. He can't have gone far, but if you find him, tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his own won't be as bad as if I have to go looking for him.
Ты же знаешь, что нельзя убивать, истязать кого-то. Понятно? Тебе что-нибудь известно об исчезновении Сентила?
Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me, and they keep coming back, if you know what I mean.
На, шлем-то сними, дебил. Кажется, ты что-то скрываешь.
You don't know Sturkus.
Теркус.
Whatever.
Сам ты Стеркус.
Just remember, I'll be watching.
Домиций. Продолжай. Че это тебе такая рана, а? Че тут в саже не потырто-то? Помоги. Писька для Октавии. Я это помню. Ну как? За театром куда-то там. Понятно куда. Нарисовали тут фотообои. Ненавижу фотообои. Я люблю сплошной свет. Фотообои я не люблю. Октавия это кто?
What now?
What now? What now? Вот бы ползти, да? Через ползучие лузы. дохнуть. Кто там поет?
Аве.
Аве Цезарь. Похож на Цезаря. Караций. Них член. Палос. Куда мне идти? Наверх. Нужно предотвратить ужасное преступление. Зерпина, помоги мне. С твоей волей принуждена к браку с Плутоном. Плутон это кто? Плутон, блин. Плутон же это Аид, короче. Плутон это Аид. Здорово, Ливия.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Можешь рассказать совпадениях, которые ты
You
заметила?
think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Salve.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius.
Я Деций, понятно. Расскажи себе.
You mean how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. Alright. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
Ты взял полностью, верно?
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber.
Ты все-таки взял яйцо.
No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank not far from here with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Ну, похоже, ты получила по заслугам дебют.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
Ты не знаешь, как отсюда
I'm
выбраться.
afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking.
Спасибо, буду сохранять бдительность. Что думаешь о том
Terrible
правиле?
for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk.
Посмотрим. Магистрат ведь запретил оружие.
Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet.
Посмотрим, что нам
Thank you,
делать.
friend.
Кого будешь голосовать?
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
Поговорим о чем-нибудь
Certainly.
еще.
Very well.
Пойду.
Another time.
Ёбаный зомби. Что такое?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
Карата. Какой айрон какой-то. Как ты здесь оказался?
Same way as everyone else.
Понятно, через реку Тибру, да? Почему ты до сих пор не носишь доспех легионера?
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious?
Ты все равно умрешь. Почему у тебя нет оружия?
Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
Ты не разговорчив,
If
да?
you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either.
Кто тебе
None of your
беспокоит?
business. Introiti ipsum commensula.
Там. Ментула. Так,
If we
поговорим
have
еще.
to.
Ты не знаешь, как отсюда
If I
выбраться.
did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
Что думаешь о том рыбу?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
Блин, бот. Остановись. Почему ты?
I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong, while we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived
Прекрати.
here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
Как думаешь, что будет дальше?
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking?
Да.
Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
Мы это
Of
прав.
course I am.
Кого будешь голосовать?
Malleolus.
Мгм.
Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us?
Я могу тебя
No.
переубедить.
Whatever.
Я пойду. Давай, Руфус.
Handsome.
Handsome.
Fortune
Keep an eye out for
smile on you,
Scintilla,
brother.
would you?
Галерии.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling. Now,
Что думаешь о Галерии?
I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life.
Посмотри на меня, Галерий.
All right, see you.
Валерий Галерий.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern. Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you... And, I hope I'm not being... What was that? Some kind of joke? I take back what... Let's just forget that ever happened. Certainly. For 10 denarii.
What?
Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just... snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair.
Вот еще 10.
I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything.
Наверное, кого-то убьет, да?
Find out what it is.
Вот еще
There used to
10.
be a midwife here, Naevia, but this place drove her mad as a Maenad. Said she could hear the statues whispering to her. Can you imagine? Fortunately for us, she locked herself in the palace weeks ago and hasn't been seen since. Good riddance, I say.
Есть способ попасть во дворец. Я вообще не знаю, где этот ваш дворец. Давай.
Whatever you like.
Давай.
All right. See ya.
Суд. Дару. Пивной чан.
You stay away from my money.
Да я не буду трогать твои деньги. Не в жизнь. Иди сюда. Банка.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Извини. Краду. Лептоманьяк. Господь милосердный. Иди давай, Сентий. Беги. Беги быстрей. Магистрата пусто. У меня теперь 2000 рублей. Стоило того, да? Опять лук начинать. Так, деньги же остались. Так, дневник, как там ее обрели. Сегодня, так, режим чтения. Сегодня я праздную. Я не надрываясь заработала 1000 динариев, продав выход какой-то отчаявшейся дурочкой. Конечно, не на такой выход она рассчитывала, но болиголов тоже вариант. Будет знать, как критиковать мою прическу. И раз я не нарушила золотое правило, можно попробовать такой заработок еще раз. Дорогой дневник снова сработало. Я снова стала богаче на 1000 динариев благодаря Ульпию. Его отчаянному желанию сбежать. Конечно, тратить деньги здесь не на что, но меня заврать сам процесс, по крайней мере, пока. Я наконец нашла на что тратить деньги. Завтра Малеол полотелец в магистрат, и он пообещал, что если пожертвую ему достаточно суммы, то смогу жить на виде старика Сентия. Когда она освободится, уж не знаю, как он собирается все это устроить, но все же нужно победить, чтобы он победил. Малеол, походу, хочет убить Сентия.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you...
Стоп, ты говоришь по-английски?
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there, changing the subject like that.
Я бегозник из будущего.
No, you know. But listen, most folks see you live. All right.
Давай, галерея, иди. А я своровал 2000 рублей. Просто так. Ща. Будем ее допрашивать, за что она дала этой бабе болиголов. Врили, блин. Коронный напиток. Ну я понял. Так, допрос начался.
Oh, you're here. And then...
Побеги силы. Я так знаю, что ты ужасный человек.
How dare you? Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Капут мерда. Блин, извини.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
Все в моих руках, я знаю. Там что-то точно есть. Я не знаю, что. Мог бы попробовать гарум. Но я не знаю зачем. Два воина. Тут стоят. Но зачем? Они тут везде, эти воины. С членами. Я тут был. Что ты пытался сделать? А? Да не. Блин, когда они оживут, то нужно, наверное, туда бегать. Сбегать просто. Посмотреть, что случится. Но я не знаю, что делать. Амфоры. Ульпиус. Амат. Отсиди. Сентила. Ульпий любит Сентилу. Исправлено. Ульпий убил Сентилу. Нет. Блин. Кто видит-то? Кто? Барельефы интересные. Опа, пенис. Большая каменная статуя Аполлона, римского и греческого бога болезни и исцеления, помимо прочего. Привет, Лукреция.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumulatus Decius won't give it to me.
Мне очень жаль. Хотелось бы мне чем-то помочь.
It's too late. She just slipped away.
Да не.
She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of Silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it.
Я как раз 2000 динариев.
And says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that Silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututor and scratching his eyes out.
Genetricum Fututor. Да не, я вообще не знаю. Опасная речь у тебя, Лукреция.
Then you'd better get me that Silphium quickly, hadn't you?
Да.
Feeling all right? I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked, and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place, at least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. This shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense.
Скажи мне побольше про Невию.
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us.
One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
Just zajmij.
Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Let me know how you go.
Заноза в лапе. Заноза в лапе. Банка хлеба. Можно взять, да? Спасибо. Что можно взять? Серьезно? Там много хлеба. Но так завязано на веревках. Интересно. Что такая маленькая эта печка? И закрыли ее просто так. Это амфора. Амфора для масла, наверное. Так. Дети. Здорово, дети.
Salve, stranger, and welcome.
Да я знаю тебя, кто-то. Мне нужен сок сильный.
Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
Ладно, вот 1000.
Oh, you have it. I'm impressed.
Спасибо. Сельфиум. Взять предмет.
Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else? Very well.
Пойду.
Another.
Я помню твою историю. Здорово. Римский гражданин. Или кто-то там. Walking's Life. Минерва. Это я Афина вообще-то, а не Минерва. Вещи, которые нужно купить после побега. Вилла на Авентине в Риме. Колесница с 2 лошадями. Место в Сенате. 4-конная колесница. Вилла на берегу Неаполитанского залива. Колесница с 10 лошадьми. 12 девушек-рабынь, светлокожих и пустынных. Дай открыть. Дай открыть, плиз. Человек. Я думаю, что чище, да нельзя же чище. Пекатор. Грешник. Вергилий.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacis, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Так, Вергилий.
Ah, a new face. Salve.
Salve.
And welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? I wish we could have met under better circumstances. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
Скажи мне об истории города.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans, who first started building here, were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
У него такой акцент интересный. Так. Лайки никто не ставит, понятно. Скажи мне об архитектуре города.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas. And the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
Круто. Так. Если по нему в город попадает вода, можно использовать их для побега.
Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible. But you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it.
Скажи о храме на время.
You mean the great temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway.
В смысле?
Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans.
Что думаешь о
Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called God doesn't seem to care. Which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown God doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you?
Не знаю.
Fair enough.
Я заметил надпись, чего кому-то считать тебя грешником.
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
Понятно.
And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi.
Не жаль.
Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite the collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists.
Каких сектантов?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
Golden Rule. Что ж, кажется, я уже знаю, кто это.
Really? Who is it?
Руфи.
You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Блин. А кто тайный поклонник-то твой?
I would talk to him myself, but I think that would just inflame the situation. It's probably best if you do it, if you don't mind.
Кого будешь голосовать?
Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision.
Я могу как-то повлиять на
My
твой
vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Я пойду.
Nice to talk to you.
Руфус, ты где? Тварь.
You look well, my sartorial friend.
Sartorial. Блин, отличная
This part
кровать.
of my shop is off limits, even for you, my sartorial friend.
Это что? Это переодевочная. Где лицо? Почему не дорисовал? Так, я вообще не знаю, что делать теперь. Руфуса найти надо. Где этот Руфус? Непонятно. Там что-то есть, да? Кошель с монетами. Ex hinc via solest. Как ужасно тут пахнет, наверное. Губка. Ты чё его забрал-то? Ангигиеник. Маленькая палочка с прикрепленной губкой. Должно быть, римляне использовали ее вместо туалетной бумаги. Похоже на предназначена для общего пользования. О, лучше поскорее получить ее. Да. Так, Миминиса Семпер Вигелабан. Они наблюдают. Да. Если Теофил устроил оргию с 4 девушками и в равной мере разочаровал всех. А вид Ридер. Да ты что ли? Теофил. Теофил. Теофил это боголюб. Плохой боголюб, походу. Как же тут красиво. Мать его. Можно сбежать, наверное, из акведуков. Это точно. Акведуки. Стой, Руфус. Зачем к нему пристаешь-то, а?
You again.
А ты угрожал Вергулию.
No idea what you're talking about.
Знаешь, что это был ты. В твоих покоях не поползли дописанное письмо, обращенное к нему.
Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it?
Я хочу, чтобы ты прекратил ему угрожать.
And why should I? The one true God says that for man to lie with another man
Христианин.
is an abomination. His presence here is a threat to us all.
Если это правда, то почему золотое правило все еще не нарушено?
Well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet. But when he does, we're going to have a problem.
Вот блин. Так, похоже, что твой гнев подвергает нас большей угрозе, чем лишние дела Вергилия.
Well, I wouldn't get so angry if he wasn't so... You know.
Чего ты к нему пристал-то вообще, а?
It makes me... uncomfortable.
То, что ты к нему чувствуешь, доставляет тебе дискомфорт.
I don't like where you're going with this. You'd better take that back before I make you.
Не-не-не. Сложно, наверное, да, быть между верой и желаниями, да?
I have no idea what you're talking about. And unless you want your jaw broken, I think it's best if you don't ever talk to me again.
И ладно. Не доведи до греха, а то мы все тут умрем. Понял. Найди лук. Искать Ниви. Я запираюсь, не пытайся идти за мной. Чего хорошего из этого не видит. Что там происходит внутри? твари. Интересная игра. Метроидвания, как говорится. И луп. Есть юзинариев. Как будто они живые, да? Вот так и есть. Они смотрят за мной. Наверное, они хотят найти выход, да? Эти люди. Огромный камень. Ну и зачем тебе он, чувак? Там вообще ничего. А где же эта светила пропала-то, а? Куда? Куда она пропала? Погоди, Ульпи, Ульпи.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
Если честно, мне очень нужен Ульпи.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life, working for...
I know. Please.
I'm sorry, but I...
Please, help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all.
Удачи с этими пойду. Ладно, я с ним поговорю. Разве светило хотелось бы этого?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
Ты все равно не приберешь, если я тебе расскажу.
Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over.
Я решу, короче, твою проблему.
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Что если я смогу ей помочь?
No. No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted. Moments. I'll have to let everyone know what, and I'd best pray for Paul.
Да. Там чё? Ну открой, пожалуйста. Кто там? Ты где? Обелиск-то египетский. Очень похож на египетский. Спрыгну. Не бойся.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected. Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
Тебе что-нибудь известно об исчезновении Сентила?
Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city?
Что ты не договариваешь, а?
Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear, I take no responsibility for what happens to you down there. I trust you can see yourself out. Through the door this time?
Давай. Я пошел. Так, где там выход на второй? Выход на второй этаж. Невозможно открыть. Грёбаная вилла. Так, а где ключ-то? Ключ-то где? Ключ где? Опять тут кушетка. Везде кушетка у них. Такие узкие. Наверное, неудобно. Наверное, для сидения. Все равно узкие. Слушай, а где... Уже сказал, где-то там. На столе. Он где-то сказал, да? Но я не понял, где? Да я не знаю, где твой...
You again. I trust through the door this time. There's a key.
Рядом есть ключ. Ну где? А, вот он. Вот, блин. Извини. Не отперел. Слышь, Домиций, скажи что-нибудь.
Whatever.
Whatever. Игра очень красивая. Unreal Engine. Энгиня. Здорово.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Поговорим?
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me?
Почему тебя заперли в этой комнате?
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange men in private. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave.
Please leave. Да. Мне бы камеру включить. Я уставший, но нужно. Что ты думаешь о золотом правиле?
I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave.
Broken. Тебе что-нибудь известно об исчезновении Синтилы?
The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child.
Понятно. Кажется, ты что-то скрываешь.
Well, I've had quite enough of this.
Demetrius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Серьезно? Ты так будешь... Ну я точно украду.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Снова воспользоваться. Сперва мне нужно туда, справа пройти. Дитов сын. Погоди, где-то там был вход. Можно войти. Ай-яй-яй. Почему же сразу туда? Мягкое место, а? Зачем? Через пространство и вселенную он пошел. Туда, куда надо. Так. Магия все работает. Можно съесть как-нибудь, а? Я сразу туда пойду, ладно? Галерии не надо. Вопрос до встречи. Все нормально, галерии.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
Спасибо за эту мысль. Изив каждый день. Ну и тоже, да? Здорово, Руфус.
Name's Rufius. What up?
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulatus did.
У меня есть сок сильфу. Можешь взять чуть-чуть.
What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Я путешественник во времени.
I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. I think it's your accent, because it sounded like you said, time traveler. But whatever kind of traveler you are, that was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening.
Yes,
you
of
just
course.
saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
Не знаешь, как отсюда выбраться.
I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine.
Что думаешь о Золотом Правиле?
A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands.
Мне постоянно что-то шепчет статуи, это нормально?
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal.
No.
There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to
из
her.
Египта.
But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad.
Скажи мне побольше про Неви,
Well,
пожалуйста.
she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation.
Заболели.
One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out, and you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Thanks, I suppose.
Можем поговорить про
Sure.
Юлию.
What do you want to know?
Как думаешь, ее тот патруль или она сама?
Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody
знаю.
poisoned her,
Она
then
сама это
surely they
сделала.
would have broken the golden rule. And so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Gladly.
Я пойду.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Спасибо. И у него член. Привет, Юлия.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest.
Могу спросить, что с тобой произошло?
As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions.
Хочу понять, как тебя отравили, не нарушив золотые правила.
The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler.
Они тебя отравили.
Please, just leave me alone. I
Ты же
don't
сама,
want
да?
to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but
Ну, у
it's
нас
a long
долгий вечер,
saga.
долгий стрим. Я никуда не тороплюсь.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price.
100,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did.
Я могу дать тебе 1000. Но почему он согласился дать тебе такую сумму?
I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia. And she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was?
Болиголов, да?
You figured it out already. I wish I'd been so astute. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning.
Это ведь похоже на нарушение, да?
That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She set me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me.
Claudia.
But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid.
Что с тобой будет дальше?
When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course.
Я могу помочь.
I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
Сколько стоит твоя свобода?
A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but... Thank you.
Сейчас займусь. Погоди. Юлия. Красивая ты баба.
It's you again. Is everything all right?
Чем же тебе так?
You mean my life story?
Да, расскажи про жизнь.
Well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river and then... The next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here.
Мне очень жаль.
Thank you. But to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing.
Говорить, пожалуйста.
Given what's happened since.
Понимаю. Ты не знаешь, как отсюда выбраться.
If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny.
Да я не
Go
шучу.
away. I know what kind of...
Блин, я не подумал, что я сказал.
May Apollo keep you safe.
A fellow greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must... My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well.
Так.
I hope that...
Вот с этим чуваком нужно поговорить. С Пекатором. Катар.
A new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. I hear we have you... Nice to talk.
Блин, вообще не поговорить, да, с ним?
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Одна, наверное, вообще состояние стоит.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Very well.
Мне нужен пока Даций.
May Apollo keep you safe.
May Apollo keep you safe. Apollo меня точно сейвит. Не знаю, как вообще выбраться из этой пещеры. Крайне сложно, наверное.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly...
Всё в порядке.
Ah, another stoic. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned. All right, well,
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you think?
I know. Please.
I'm sorry.
Please, help him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you're trying to make it easier for me to build up the nerve, I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no!
Ждаем.
I can't believe he went through. That was not your fault. I'll have to let everyone, and I'd best.
Я хочу сюда. Комодо. Хуй. Не то. Вон. Трансбимус. Стенон. Пресепта. Скиремус. Не. Как там пройти испытание, если мы не знаем правил? Ну да. Что за правила? Кто их придумал? А можно войти в этот великий храм? Ты где там? Так. Какие задания остались? Блин, как предотвратить это самое? Предотвратить. Ну, остается только...
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Isn't the great temple majestic? May Apollo keep you safe.
Давай посмотрим в этот сундук. Так, метеоризм, ревень, язва, горячавка, боли в животе, лакрица, ревматизм, кора ивы, нарывы алоэ, кора ивы.
Feeling all right?
Мне удалось начать ревматизм. Ах, у меня спина.
How is Neria?
Мне удалось начать это другим способом.
Oh, I see. Well, what's the treatment?
Корой ивы.
Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
Кукумба.
Thank you.
Давай.
That...
Где там Орфус? Здорово, Руфус.
Oh, you again. What business is that of yours?
Тебе нужна эта самая кора ива.
Willowbar. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been was too much. I owe you. Meliodas. Not sure that. No. Fine. But no more. See you.
Нужно переубедить всех, да? Это птичка. Только птицу сюда дать, блядь. Это там Лукреция.
Feeling all right? That's a shame.
На него в выборах вообще. Как тебе помочь, Георгиус?
Hello again, my... That might... I do not enjoy the thought of it. Nothing. I hope that...
Чужое. Вообще ничего нет. Блин, вот бы мне он сделал лук. Наверное, тут прячет лук. И что? Бронза пахнет золой. Блин, интересно. Мне бы такую. Длиннее. Более современная версия. Вергилий. Hello.
Welcome back. Well, my vote isn't for sale. Nice to...
Как же с ним? Я не знаю, как с ним сделать.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a...
Hello?
Дули, привет.
Hello. You're going to let me out of here? Oh. Please.
Тебе грустно.
You're mean.
Извини. Так бывает.
Help! A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort. With... You have to do something.
Я же займусь.
Thank you. I have to hide.
Не иди туда.
Why?
Неплохое предчувствие.
All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Она же обрушится. В бане, чувак.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Did you stop him?
Нет.
What are you waiting?
Я не знаю, как его остановить. Ну, попробуем. Давай, уходи. Лучик.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now. But you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Нахер иди. Мне все равно. Так, деревянный лук нужно взять, да? С ним что-то случилось, пока я тут обыскивал. Игра загружается. Давай, пожалуйста. Сам сдох. Смотреть. Взять. Объявление о награде. По приказу императора Нерона всем верным сынам Рима приказано выследить, казнить поджигателя и убийцу Тиберия Квинтия Криста, гражданина из Авентинского района Рима. Видимо, около 40-50 лет. Среднего роста, среднего телосложения, у него темные волосы, один глаз зеленый, другой голубой. Обычно он гладко выбрит, сообщник сектантов страдает в моей величии. Взять... Динарий. И Квинтий Леон.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
Это предостережение, короче, эта басня, понимаешь?
Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
Давай.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
Не особо.
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself.
Don't you just love
And would you like to
springtime?
guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you know what.
Хочешь поручить кражу мне?
Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and create a replica of a gold bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away. Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence, my proposal. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger?
Прометею ждало вечное наказание.
Only because he was silly enough to get caught.
Глупость, ага. Мне больше нет
So,
вопросов.
are you in, partner? Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment.
Наверное, придут сейчас эти
Here we
самые.
are, a gold leaf bow. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Так. Сохраниться надо. Что-то он мне предлагает мутную хрень. Можно взять. Понятно. Блин. Еще раз. Как же мне это сделать, а? Как мне это сделать? Че он закрыл? Как мне это сделать? И чё?
you, partner. Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
Не стоило тебе доверять.
And yet you did. And now, here we are. With me out here, and you in there. Until you give me my bow. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
Как мне доверять тебе после того, как ты меня обманул?
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognize my own handiwork.
Я не стану давать тебе этот лук и найду другой выход.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Ну, посмотрим. Ха! Элемент аккуратно. Ну ладно. Давайте схрама. Тяжущиеся линии. Льготные. Нари. То, алги. Golden Archer. Я понял. Кто-то убился. Кто там убился, а? Какой свиток поблизости? Вижу. Дневник Неви.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
My love, my heart broke. Я уже спать хочу. Успокойся. Теперь, наверное, тут будет монстр, да? Наверное, да. Здорово. Опа. Что это? Ай-яй-яй. За это не благодарят, тварь. Спасибо. Уже экшен попал, да? Экшен. An action. Как говорится в том фильме.
You're not supposed to be here.
I'm not supposed to be here. Что там? Я туда не хочу. Чё она не превращается? Что там? Наверное, там. Наверное, туда. Нахер. Get out. Get out. Такой опасный, а? Я взял. Что мне делать-то, а? превратить. Так превращено. Что? Как же это сделать? Что нужно сделать? Ай-яй. Ты глупый. Очень смешно. Стрела динарий. Какое? Интересная стала игра. Что ты хочешь? Это зомби. Золотые зомби. Так. Не могу. Все. Такие уж и ужасные, да, эти люди. Зомби. Можно привыкнуть к ним. Ко. Ключ от двери дворца. Так.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper, but true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Оттуда вообще не выбраться, да, что ли? Все развалено. Нэви все сломала. Ай-яй-яй, чуть не упал.
Help us.
Make it stop.
Help us.
Kill me.
Видите? Надоели. Пожалуйста. Я вообще туда не пройду, что ли? Ладно. Как пройду? Там с ума. В голову сразу убивается. Так. Так. Иди. Голову. Ну ладно. Аристотель. Теперь ты золотой.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
Вот жесть. Три них она очищала от золотой коры. Не получилось. Они умерли. Как же жутко выглядит. Ты можешь говорить назад. Вот ты. Позади меня. Что ты хочешь? Должно быть Невия.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
Если ты нападешь на меня, мы оба окажемся в золоте.
And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
Я тут ни при чем.
Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you?
Это всегда один и тот же голос.
What do you mean, the same voice?
Кто-то другой шепчет мне через статуи.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
Она не в себе. Это безумие.
You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
Давай я просто уйду.
What are you talking about?
За этих путанных туннелей под городом мне пришлось выбраться наружу через дворец.
Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
Да. Вообще не входило причинять тебе боль в мои намерения.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
Успокойся.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
Могу снова покрыть ее золотом.
How?
Этот лук, оружие, которое заключает людей в золото.
Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
Протоги. Я не знаю, что делать-то. Глупая. Что нужно делать-то?
Make her gold, or I'll make us all gold.
Нравится?
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia.
Да. Спасибо.
Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there.
Прощай.
Go, and never return.
Давай. Я пойду. Тут RTX есть, что ли? Или что? Go. Похоже на то. Сейчас посмотрим. Эпическое. Все на ультрах. На ультрах. Survivor. Так, разберусь-ка я с этим чуваком, а? Где ты? Я тоже. Так, он там пьет, наверное. Где он там пьет? Там пьет. Если я тебе вот так сделаю, а? Хочешь? Ладно. Не получится. Трущоба. Привет.
Just as the ocean accepts, but it does not notice the crowd. The new Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
You again.
Livia, would you
See
stop
you around.
muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are
Привет, Дерти.
ignorant.
Oh,
This again.
hello there, partner.
You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
I'm glad you're here.
Citizen.
I think there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke earlier. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone.
Я тебе не верю.
Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Look, why don't you keep our bow as compensation?
Сказать мой лук, не переживай, он останется со мной.
Fine, fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Now, can I help you with something? Very well. Another time.
Handsome. Ah, you're here. And there's a... Ugh, come in. Let's just...
Так.
You know, normally... Straight, as a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you. So... Well, I can't tell you too much. Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right outside my tavern. All right, see ya.
Citizen.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Кто такой Теофил, а? Миции. Опа, я же смогу теперь вот так вот сделать. На тебе яблоко. На теперь золотое. Что не падает? какие? Treasure Hunter 504. Спасибо. Уже вечереет. Я к ним. Сделаем кое-что. Золотые. Возьму. Ага. Он спрыгнул.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizen. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And, yes, no more shall you...
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony? That was... well... What?
Так, тебя зовут Квинти. Сейчас молчишь.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
Один глаз зеленый, другой голубой. Совсем как в приказе к императору Нерона о казни.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Ага. Еще у него мания величия.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
Я хочу, чтобы ты снялся с Вулом.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited. Why would I withdraw?
Если не снимешься, я тебя убью.
You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Я не могу убить. Я понял. Не убивай. Ай-яй-яй. Я же просто сказал. Это вообще был блеф. Я не понимаю эту игру. Точно как в этом. Я его попробую убить, а? Чё?
shall suffer for
Понятно.
the sins of the one.
Давай, Синти, быстрее беги. Я хочу расслышать, что он говорит. Кто там бежит? Кто там бегал? Может, Скилла бегала?
We must get to the shrine.
Блин. Он что-то там Доминес сказал, и все, умер.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me?
Я бегу с Дикус, и мне нужно, чтобы ты срочно кое-что уладил.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in.
Юлия умирает, но Лукреция не сможет помочь ей без сока Сильфия.
Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Руфий стал раздражителем из-за ревматизма.
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim of rheumatism's.
На этом все.
I'll
Беги
go,
скорее.
but
Вон там кто-то был. Точно внизу кто-то там был. Кто-то там был. Лист. Он бежит выполнять все задания, порученные мной. Вот молодец, Валерий. Так. Блин, лагаешь. Ай-яй-яй. Так, наверное, нужно отдохнуть, потом начать заново. То есть, короче, завтра. Пока что. Хорошая игра. Мне понравилась. Всем пока.